Good morning, chat. It is a beautiful, what day is it? Wednesday morning. Here I'm over. Hey! Good morning. We got some Mark II Marines. I ordered them off eBay. They got here yesterday. I assembled 3 of them last night. I'm excited to show them to you. I'm excited to get painting. I'm very excited. I am going to make a prediction. And my prediction is, I think these Mark II Marines are going to be a joy to paint. That's my prediction. I think these Mark II Marines are going to be so wonderful to paint that I'm going to want more. I have 10, which is just enough to fill out the rest of the Horus Heresy roster before we get to the Horus Heresy proper. But I think by the time we get to the Horus Heresy videos in general, I'm going to want a couple more Mark IIs just to have on in the background. Should we put a prediction in Twitch? No. They're a great kit. Putting them together was fun. Also, my voice is a little hoarse. I don't exactly know why. I think I might have caught like a frog or something in my throat. It's been a bit dry over here, so maybe that has something to do with it. But honestly, I feel fine. I don't feel sick. My voice just sounds a little odd. Like I wouldn't do any voice work right now. A little hoarse. Some heresy, perhaps. True. Ava, remind the Discord it's a dictatorship. It is. I rule over all of you. I get final say on anything. But speaking of the Discord chat, we're going to be painting 2 Mark IIs today. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, chat, because we're going to be painting a 1,000 Sun Legionary for the 1,000 Suns. Well, not necessarily 1,000 Suns, but for the Magnus video, for the background, I want there to be a Mark II Legionary be painting. I want some Cocoa Melon for people who are actually watching the video. I want some jingling keys. Keep that viewer retention up. Now, because the Mark II kit is so simple, and because, moreover, the 1,000 Sun paint scheme is so simple, we're probably going to have time today for 2 miniatures. That's right, 2 miniatures. And who's next on our road to the Heresy? Who's the next Primarch? Oh, you guessed it. Who was the next to be discovered? That's right, the angel himself, baby, Sanguinius. There is currently a vote over on the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you can get access to it by either pledging to the Patreon, which starts at the low price of $2 US, becoming a Twitch sub, or becoming a YouTube member. You can get into the Discord and have a wonderful time with our lovely community of painters, gamers, and more. But currently, there's a poll. And it's a lot closer than I thought it would be. It's over in the announcements channel. Painting 2 red Marines in a row would be kind of boring to some people. Not saying me, I'm just saying some people might be like, oh, red again, you know? And some of you might know that the Blood Angels, before they were found by Sanguinius, before Sanguinius came back into the picture, even during his time with the Luna Wolves, the Blood Angels had a bit of a reputation. They were known, let me get a picture up here for y'all. They were known, unofficially, as the Revenants. Now you might be asking yourself, the Revenants? I haven't heard that. What was their deal? If you have any idea of who the Flesh Terrors are, they were basically the Flesh Terrors. They didn't give a single fuck about what was going on. They just killed, ate the corpses, did some ritualistic shit with their bones, and then left. We will be discussing the Revenants over in the Sanguinius episode because it is quite important for their journey and also quite important for Sanguinius meeting his sons once more, because Sanguinius, by the time he meets them, is fully aware of what they have done and has to kind of struggle with, well, what the hell are we going to do? Now, as for their colors, it's a bit unclear because this art, it's a bit older, as you can see, because it's the older Mark II design. It looks like a metallic silver. It looks metallic. That being said, in the book where I have read most of my information regarding the Revenants, which would be from the Great Angel, they're described as gray. But obviously with like lots of markings of, as you can see here, there's like a bone symbol here. There's blood splatters all over. There's bones here on this arm too. Is this Mark II or Mark III? This is the old Mark II design. You can tell because of the segmented legs. So, there's currently a poll in the Discord right now. Either are we going to paint the feral, the savage Revenants, or the noble Blood Angel? The poll is currently, at first, Revenants were actually ahead. Right now, though, there's 43 votes, 23 to Blood Angel, 20 to the Revenant. This is way closer than I thought it was going to be. We'll check the poll right before we actually start painting the Blood Angel. But for right now, or Revenant. But right now, we're going to do some Warhammer news. Breaking news. Okay, this is a bit of a complicated one. So Black Library used to have a website where you would be able to buy the audio versions of their books or purchase their books. And it was quite expensive. Let's be real. It was far cheaper to actually get them through things like Amazon or just going to your local library or just buying them somewhere else, not on the Black Library website. However, people did use the website, and they had a bit of a collection. And it seems that they're doing away with that website in favor of a new Black Library app, which is out today. Now, I hope people are able to keep their collections. I really hope they're able to keep their collections, because there are some people who have been keeping these collections for a long time. New app includes both an e-reader and audiobook player, so it's your one-stop shop for all your Warhammer fiction. All you need to do is link your Black Library account before August 31st, and your prior purchases will transfer over. Okay, so if that's the case, you should do it now. Now, everyone who tries out the app before 10 a.m. UK time on Monday, the 20th of April, can add all of the following stories to their library completely free of charge. Avenging Sun, Mark of Faith, Sanguinius the Great Angel, Dominion, Caiaphas Cain the Anthology, Dark Oak, The Return of Nagash, and Realm Slayer, a Gotrek Gurdison series, the audio drama. Just pick what format you want, and it's yours. That's actually kind of sick. Adding all of these books for free, as long as you just sign up for the app? That's kind of sick. And hey, chat, we're going to be talking about Sanguinius soon. And in that episode, in my notes, I have literally written down, like, yo, if you want to read a good Blood Angel book, Sanguinius the Great Angel is pretty sick. I really like what I've read so far of the Great Angel. Dark Oath being on here is really strange, and I'll tell you why. Because it is a sequel. It is not a standalone book. So there are going to be things that happen in this book that you're not going to understand because it happened earlier. But still, hey, free book. Free book. Free book. Free book. I mean, hey. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 books for free just for signing up. Like, that's pretty good. I mean, no one reading the AOS book anyway, so they feel fine doing that. Hey, come here. Come here. Can you stand right here in this open area? I Five Nights at Freddy's you. I leap onto you. I tear apart your skin. Blabado, it's going to be so fucking funny when I eventually do convince you to read an AOS book, and it's going to be one of, like, the really good ones, and you're going to be that Danny DeVito clip where he's, like, crying, and he goes, oh my god, I get it. Which jump scare? The fox. Like the full body leap. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like Squidward having a Krabby Patty. This is how you know it's the morning. I'm sneezing. Thank you, chat. Thank you for your Gesundheits and your bless yous. Thank you very much. Joke's on you, I'd rather read mid 40k. You are doing the meme where the guy is like mining and he's stopping right before he hits like the wall of diamonds. But you're not even doing that. You're not even digging. You're at the fucking mouth of the cave, bro. You don't even have your pick. You're just going like, I bet there's no diamonds in there. But I'm coming out of the cave going, dude, there's diamonds in here. And you're like, nah, I'm good. I have red lions on the forest. Step off my goat, Mike Brooks. A gif of wolf growling. Oh, you're gonna read it. I see. Any Gotrek and Felix book is better than all of Horus Heresy. That comes down to subjective preference. It depends on how much do you give a fuck about Primarchs and or Space Marines. I'm a fantasy girly. I love fantasy. Now, 40k is science fantasy, so it helps that they're not talking about, like, I don't know, man. We were watching Deep Space Nine last night, and I like Deep Space Nine a lot, but it's not because it's sci-fi. It's because I really, really, really like how nuanced a lot of the characters are. I think the character writing in Deep Space Nine is incredibly strong. And that's why I like it a lot. Whereas most sci-fi, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Oh, Ava, you like Star Wars, though. Yeah, I do, because it's like... You know who I care about in the Star Wars series? I care about those clones, because they're, like, fucking cool. You know who else I care about in Star Wars? You know why Jedi are so cool? Because they're just samurai. That's it. DS9 was somehow still cheesy, yet more serious than the Star Trek season. Okay, so here's the story of how we got to DS9. I heard nothing but good things about DS9. All my friends were like, dude, Ava, you would love DS9. DS9's awesome. I go, yeah. And they're like, yeah, but you need to have the shot before you have the chaser. And I go, okay. So we watched a couple episodes of the new generation. No, the next generation. And the entire time I was like, guys, I like Picard, I like some of the characters, but these plots are making me tear my fucking hair out. I really don't care about the plots. And then they were like, okay, well, let's show you some of the highlights. We watched There Are Four Lights, and I was like, that episode was awesome. That episode is sick. I'll take an R, please. Doo, doo, doo. She forgot one. No, she didn't. There are four lights. It's such a good fucking... Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. It's so good, man. The romance in DS9 is really good. I don't know, man. Odo would spent like an entire like 2 episodes just fucking like getting his goo on, and I was like, buddy, you gotta stop. I've been here for 3 days. Yes, Odo. I think my actor is the lady who plays the one Quarian from Mass Effect 2 when you go to help Tali with her mission. My voice is silky like butter. I can't believe this. I've been gooning for 3 days? Yes. Yes, Odo. That's just ridiculous. No one in Heresy is described as having hands the size of hams. That's true. That is true. I take my abacus and I slot it one to the left. Day 3 of me waiting for my cafe pre-order. Ava, what do you think about Q? Fascinating character, completely carried by the actor. The actor is having a blast playing him. You can have a character who's mid, but if the actor is like chewing the scenery, then fucking amazing. 10 out of 10. I think Q is interesting. I think the thing that gets me about a lot of Star Trek, and I was talking about it last night as we were watching it, and I was just going like, dude, the fucking makeup in this show is insane. Especially with DS9, because it's just like, alright, actor for Garrick, alright, actor for Gold Dukat, get to the studio like 9 hours early so we can make sure that the makeup is on for the Cardassians. Here's your fucking mold you gotta put on your head. Like, god damn, dude. That is crazy. And the fact that they're all able, especially Odo, is able to act under all of that shit and still, like, emote as well as they do. Like, oh, fantastic. Fantastic. My goat, my goat. Renee, my goat. What are you doing here, Quark? Oh no, I'm trying to link my Black Library account. That's not your account, Quark. I know your account. Of course it is. I'm not trying to steal. What are you doing, Quark? I'm going to kill you, Quark. No! One second, we need another soundtrack just in case we run out. Oh, my nose! No capitalism for the naughty Ferengi. No! Miles O'Brien. I wasn't expecting O'Brien to be super racist in Deep Space Nine. He keeps calling them spoonies, bro. It's not okay. You can't keep calling people that, dude. And he's like, oh, but we were in the war. I don't give a fuck if you were in the war. Fuck off. What is this?
Now tell us about the ears, which are they're like the Erie Canal. You know
Would
what
you
I
like
mean?
to rub one?
What would happen if she rubs one?
Well,
Well, I'll rub it and
I'm already pregnant.
Easy does it, Quark. Easy boy. Yeah,
our erogenous zones are right there.
I got you.
That was awful. I hated that. What do you mean there's another one?
At 5.
No, fuck this.
Ears are the key to Quark. The ears are the key to Quark's
I think
heart.
Quark wouldn't mind you starting anywhere.
Don't DMCA this. It's for educational purposes.
He'd be grateful, wouldn't he? Here's Quark, everybody. Come on.
What the fuck? Okay, so I have to ask about the environment of people in this time, because when I was growing up, if you liked Star Wars and Star Trek and all that shit, it was nerd shit, and you were a nerd. So what? So was it like once upon a time when like Deep Space Nine was coming out and stuff, where people were like, no, this shit is sick, actually?
How you doing? Look at that.
Hello?
Very gentlemanly. Very nice.
Huh?
Yes.
Huh?
What do you think?
Yes.
We have the same manicurist,
Oh, we
Jackie.
do?
Yeah.
Have a seat,
better.
Quark.
Thank you.
And let's take a good look at you now. Wow, that's really
Excuse me?
some face.
May I feel really? It is soft. Oh, it's not soft.
It's very
It's
sharp.
bumpy. It's
So
bumpy,
it's
but
not like
soft.
this is not like a helmet you pull over you. This is hours and hours of
This is
makeup.
3 hours of makeup.
Good grief.
You know,
Christ, dude, 3 hours just for.
Oh, it's not bad. Ladies do it all the time.
And then you go
I
to work.
frankly always thought they were rubber masks.
Like a head thing you put
Yeah.
on first.
No, Michael Westmore, who is the genius behind all the makeups on Star Trek, doesn't believe in rubber masks. He believes that they don't look real,
Yeah,
they
they
don't
don't.
work well with the actors' faces, and all of his Emmys prove that he's right, I guess.
So, Quark, every...
It's crazy that he, specifically the actor for Quark here, also has to have the fucking teeth. So he has to, like, incorporate that into his performance as well. Like, that's...
All of his Emmys prove that he's right, I guess.
So, Quark, every day for 3 hours before you appear on the camera...
Before you go to work,
you
basically.
gotta sit there and go through all that.
Makes for a lot of overtime.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet.
You're not complaining about anything.
No,
No,
it's a
that's
great job.
Yeah.
It's a great job.
Now, you are an
I make a lot of money.
You deserve it.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Hey, for a guy who looks like that, it's a really good job.
Now, what about the mouth?
What about the mouth?
Do you have a
These are my teeth.
okay?
No, the
Well,
mouth.
we know what he's going to do with all that money once this series stops.
Quick thinking.
No, the mouth is alginate. They just pop on. They just pop on.
Lay it right on your...
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, right over your room.
Used Fixodent, Polygrip. They work. Those products work.
How would you like to have Quark do that commercial for you?
Ouch.
So, Quarker, tell me,
Quarker.
you are... You're an alien from outer space, but you're really a Ferengi.
I'm a Ferengi.
Yeah, which means, for those who haven't followed...
I thought it was an Italian dish.
Yeah. Didn't
I
we have
can
that
be.
one night?
Ferengi. I can be.
Ferengi is what?
Ferengi is Ferengi. Ferengi is a group of aliens who are the capitalists of the universe.
Uh-huh.
We're out to make a buck. We're out to...
Talk about the women in your society, Quark. Do it. I bet. Do it. Do it now. I'm afraid of getting DMCA'd, so we're going to stop that there. But that is a video called Quark and Armin Shimmerman, live with Regis and Kathy Lee from 1993. Very fucking cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, that stuff is insane. So if I tell me that Armin Shimmerman reprised his role as Quark at Lower Decks and he didn't wear the teeth, it was a stark difference. Whoa. The dental prosthetics have gotten better. Apparently, Michael Dorn didn't wear them as Worf in Picard. Does he wear them in the series we're watching now? I guess I just would ask why. Because Worf doesn't... Well, I don't know. Klingon. Teeth. Oh, no, their teeth are fucked up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they do have weird teeth. They do have very weird teeth. Let's see where the poll is currently. Go into announcements. Still where it was. 23 votes to the Blood Angel, 21 to the Revenant. No! Revenant has gotten one more. My goodness. Goodness gracious. Okay. So, chat. We're going to move over to the desk. I'm going to show you what we have so far for our Mark IIs. Now, this stream... If you watch the videos and you're watching this stream, it's going to be familiar because I'm going to use the footage for this to have it on in the background while we talk about Magnus and stuff, and it's going to be a great time. Okay. Let me know if the music volume and everything is all right. So there's a couple things here that I would like to discuss before we get started. One moment. God, if only you could see the setup around here. It's just a mess of cables and wires and hoopla. Okay. So, here's the Mark II Marine we will be making into a Thousand Suns Legionary. We're not doing the pre-Magnus Discovery. We're doing the bright metallic red. It's going to be a fun time. Oh, no, never mind. Actually, they look so similar. This is what's either going to be the Blood Angel or the Revenant. So that's why it's got the bayonet with the chainsaw on it. This is going to be the Thousand Sun, just like your default standard pose. Very cool. And over here, because I had the pieces, and I was like, oh, well, here's the Power Claw, or the Lightning Claw, I decided to kit bash a little bit of a Night Lord for when we get over to that. This piece is from the kill team of the Nemesis Claw. This little thing on the backpack, technically it's a Mark X helmet, so don't worry too much about that. We're just going to assume it's a Mark IV. It's fine, it's fine. This is just a Night Lord. The backpack piece is from the Legionaries kit. This is from the Nemesis Claw, and then the rest is the Mark II kit. So, yeah. Night Lord looks sick. Yeah! I was surprised how good the head looked. I can never remember the armor variants. I want to do a video on them because I do quite like them a lot. So, these are the two we're going to be painting today. We're going to start with the Thousand Sun and then move over to either the Blood Angel or the Revenant. It depends on when we get to this scheme. Are we going to do... We're going to do whatever the poll decides. And the poll currently is pretty close, leaning more towards the Blood Angel. But we're going to start with the Thousand Suns Legionary first. Now, I do need a water before we get started. Mark II is my go-to. I love the Mark II. I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of nostalgia for the classic armor schemes, but frankly, I think the classic schemes I think the new schemes for Mark II, Mark III, I think they look wonderful. I love them. I love them so much. Now, the cool thing about the Thousand Suns is that they're going to have a really easy color scheme. Looks decent so far for Mark VI. Mark VI is pretty cool. I'm going to go get a water, and we need to assemble something before we get started. And then we'll get to painting. So, give me 1 second. Do you know what I think might be wrong with my throat? The other day, I was making some stir fry, and right after it was done, I ate some. It was very hot. You know, rice is fucking hot. Go figure. I think I might have burned my throat a little bit. I think that might be what this is from. All right, what kind of stir fry? Just like simple with zucchini, some carrots, fried rice with soy sauce, you know, normal shit. Hey, is Wheel in the chat? Wheel on our Patreon? Because I have a custom character. He was the first one to get the custom character for the Chaos Space Marine Army. And he decided that he wanted a Fallen in Terminator armor. And he was asking me in the Discord, he was very kind, he was like, is that okay? And I was like, it's absolutely okay, I love the Fallen. So I have some 3D prints here, and some pieces of a regular Terminator that I got from eBay. But these 3D prints are from Vivi. Everybody say thank you, Vivi. And yeah, do you put salt in your water when you cook rice, Ava? No. Now, I also have a head from the Deathwing Terminator kit. So he's going to be like doing this. But the loadout that Wheel said is that he's got a Reaper chain cannon in one hand. But I'm thinking either we... because it's going to be kind of hard to position it, but we could position it like this. So it kind of raised up, kind of to a normal side, or raised down in more of like a natural pose. And so... yeah. Basically, if Wheel is in chat... Wheel, if you're here, I want to know what you prefer. Do you prefer arm kind of up like this? Do you prefer arm kind of up like that? Arm middle? Or arm down? Do you rinse your rice? It depends on the rice I buy. But typically I try to rinse it. I think this guy is going to look awesome. The Emperor would want arm up. Fuck the Emperor. This is a Fallen. If Wheel is not here, then we'll move on. But I want him to be aware of these options. I also don't know if he's adding me on Discord, so if somebody is there and they're like, he's talking! He's speaking! Let me know, please. But I think this is going to look so sick when he's all painted up, because I want to do, like, a checker pattern on the power fists, like the red checkers, the red cloth. Like, he's going to look so sick, dude. He's going to look awesome. Could you do 3 poses again and hold each for like 3 seconds? Yes. Okay. We've got... One second. Pose 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pose 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pose 3. Arm down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got him? I'll go ask him. All right. Thank you for that. We're going to move the Fallen in Terminator to the side. Woo, I'm excited, chat. We're painting 1,000 Suns Legionary. We're going to start with a gold. Can you start over? I missed the first two. I'm going to do this quick. 1. Gun up. Pose 2. Gun middle. Pose 3. Gun down. He's been beheaded. It's not glued in yet. All right. We'll go back to the Terminator in just a bit. Now, here's the thing with the Thousand Sons Legionary. This scheme is so easy, chat. It's so easy. Honestly, you don't even need as many paints as I'm going to use. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. But you know what you're going to need? You're going to need a gold. We're going to use Retributor Armor. We're using Retributor Armor for this step. You could use something of the equivalent like Greedy Gold. You could even prime it in gold if you wanted to speed up this step. I personally like starting from a black primer because I firmly believe that everybody has a black primer somewhere in there. Now, we're going to fully cover this Marine. And we're going to use a big brush to do it. We're going to use a big, big brush because we want it to get everywhere. High-key hoping that painting a couple Mark IIs will finally get you to commit your ass to a Legion. It's not about the paint scheme. It's about the rules. It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Alright, with these bottles, this is why I always cover them whenever I open them, because look how much exploded. I also need to use my Retributor Armor before I get some new gold paint, so that's why I'm doing this. Alright. We're just gonna cover the boy. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Ava, the Thousand Sons are red. Why are we starting with a gold? Oh, chat, trust the process. Trust the process, chat. I know what I'm doing. We're going to let this layer dry, and we're going to do another thin coat over it. Just want to make sure that we get a nice, even coat all throughout the miniature. Hello, Iron Warrior 42. Welcome, welcome. We're going to wait for that to dry. And we're going to do another layer. Dude, the fucking... We're cranking this up. Another layer. We're gonna let that fully dry. We're gonna do one more layer. Retributor armor over black is kind of weak, but it'll be worth it. We need that solid coat of gold. One more thin layer. Y'all talking about the Italian living in Italy? Asking about the Zulu proxies for Kroot? Numbskulls, do you think Krieg will fully replace Armageddon Steel Legion for future 40k stuff? 100%. I don't think Steel Legion and Krieg are visually different enough for them to justify making a whole new kit. I think at most you'll see head swaps. Forgive me, I'm going to turn down the heating in this place. It is warm. All right. We're going to shade the gold. This is all part of the process, don't worry. I'm making sure that my wash is very, 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 very mixed. I'm gonna get a big brush for this step, because I want this to go everywhere. Okay. You could use Gilliman Flesh. I'm just using Reichland Flesh Shake because I have it, and I honestly just kind of need to use it. I don't want to waste paint. But we are putting this literally everywhere. If you overdo it, that's fine. Just watch for pooling. This is going to give us a really rich looking gold. Very warm toned, which is what we want for our sandy, sandy boys. But I especially want to make sure this gets everywhere I want to be gold. Or red. If I notice any pooling, I just soak it up with my brush and just poke it somewhere else. I'm not too worried about the flat parts of the backpack, and that's mostly because I want the backpack to be white. Don't worry too much about underneath the armor, because no one's going to look at that. Alright. And we're going to leave that to dry for like Quite a bit. You want to go a bit longer than you think. So I'm just going to keep it. Make sure I'm watching for that pooling. In which case I'm just using my sponge like a... my brush like a sponge, I meant to say. But if you overdo it, like in the shading aspect, don't worry. We're going to fix that up with the next step. If you use Gilliman's Flesh, it would stain the mini a lot more. Reikland Flesh Shade is a lot thinner, so it's going to run way more into the recesses. But we're going to just pretty much leave it. Ava, if you could switch one Loyalist Primarch and one Traitor Primarch, which ones would you choose? I think Loyalist Emperor's Children would fuck hard. And I think Traitor Ultramarines would also fuck hard. Like, narratively. Alright, we're just gonna wait for this to dry. Don't get rid of your paint water yet. I know everybody is like, oh, get rid of your paint water and get a new one if there's any metallic flakes in it. Just hold off on that, because we're not done with metallics yet. We are not done. When it starts to look dry, give it like another few minutes, because paint not only needs to dry, it also needs to cure. So there's a chance that even though it looks dry, when you go in there with a brush and start messing with it, it's going to just rip off all of that nice shading that we've achieved. I've been using the same paint water for a week. You got to replace that. I'm fascinated by the idea of Big G going Traitor but not going Chaos. Like, imagine Imperium Secundus just didn't stop. This is exactly what I'm thinking. Imperium 2 Electric Boogaloo. We're going to do it different this time. I'm painting Death Guard, so it's fine. That is fine, actually. That's like the one instance in painting where it's like, actually, this is not a problem at all. Alright, give him a few minutes more. Let's compare to see how far we've come in just like 3 steps. Honestly, if you're painting Custodes, especially the new ones coming out, and you just want to get a force on the table very quick, like you just want them to be at least gold, stop here. This is what I would consider for Custodians. Even with the capes, even with the tassels and stuff, this is tabletop ready. Who cares? They're gold. Put them on the table. You can finish the other stuff later. You always have time to finish other stuff. Do not worry. Alpha Legion, but explicitly identifies both traitor and loyalist. Dude, Alpha Legion kind of pisses me off when it comes to the whole thing, because they were just waiting to see who was going to come out on top. But by the time things were really escalating, it was too late to be like, actually, we're loyalists. So it's like, ah, fuck. Wheel says pose 3 is the choice. So this. We're going down. Oh, we can go down, baby. We have time. Excuse me. Yeah, that's fucking sick. That's awesome. Putting the chain gun down for a second to be like, go! Go, my chudlings! Yes, dude. Get that guy as... Get that guy! Get him! Eat him! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Aura. 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 Get that fucking guy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That looks so sick, man. That looks so sick. We're gonna give him, like, such banged up fucking armor. Yes, dude. Yes. All right. Thank you, Wheel. Thank you, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? Because I want background footage for stuff like even the Dark Angels. We're just going to use this as the Dark Angels background. Fuck it. Because, I mean, it's the same color scheme. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bring me his lunch money. Yes. All right. We're going to wait for it to dry a little bit longer. Because you can still see it's a little wet around the feet. Which means that the deepest parts are definitely not done drying yet. Such as the shoulder pad right there. But after that, we're going to dry brush. Yes, you heard it. Dry brush Retributor armor. And then we're going to dry brush, selectively, True Brass over that. Let those dry. Then, Blood Angels Red. Dude, another banger has come up. We gotta turn it up. Yes, sir!
Looking great. Still needs a little more time to dry in the deepest recesses, such as in between the armor plates, the feet. I'm not too worried about the feet, but the feet are a good indicator that the wash is not dry. It's almost there. It's about there, but it is not done yet.
What do we want? 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 What's the vibe? What's the vibe? I'm kind of pumped. Hold up. Hold on. Christ!
That was much louder for me than it was for you, chat. All right. Let's get some dry brushing done. I'm dry brushing all the parts I want to be gold and red. We're underpainting before the red step. I'm being light in my application because we can always add more. Trying to keep that shading in those parts that I want it most. Basically, we're polishing. We're polishing right now. Oh, see? I messed up a little bit there. That's okay, though. Teeny tiny bit more gold. Okay. Next step. We're going to readjust and touch up that part that got a little bit more gold than I wanted on it. I just need a drop of Reichland Flesh Shade. Should be good as new. And then we're going to take a smaller dry brush. About this size. And true brass. And we're only going to try to hit the edges. Mark II, my beloved. It's great. I love the Mark II. We just want to hit this on the highest points. So we're going to be aiming for like the top of the knee pad, the head, tops of the shoulders, tops of the backpack vents. Basically anywhere that the light would be directly hitting. And the reason why we're doing this all in gold, and then we're hitting it with a true brass, not a silver, a true brass. Because I think jumping up to silver, if we jumped up to silver, it would kind of change the overall look. Like, I think it would get rid of our warmth. It would get rid of our warmth. And I want to stay within the warm realm without jumping up too much. So we're picking a brass. It's like when we did our Marines, our Ultramarines, I highlight with a gold. And if I really, really, really want to do a spot highlight, I use true brass. Because I don't think silver edge highlights on gold look good. I don't like how they look. It's just a me thing, though. It's just a me thing. Alright, see here? The shoulder pauldron, where we overspilt some of our paint. Good as new. Okay, we're using a little bit of true brass. Ooh, it do be leaking, though. That's okay. That's alright. Okay. Test it. Nope, too streaky. Way too streaky. Still too streaky. Much better. Okay, so very lightly. I'm just trying to hit the edges. And anywhere the light would directly hit. It's a subtle change, but that subtlety will really pull through, especially once we are, like, you can really see the, like, look at the shoulder pads. The shoulder pads are where you're really going to see it. I want to get a bit on the face. That's the gold done. Unless I want to do a little more. It's done, I say as I touch it up more. Like, you can really see it on the foot here. You see that? That's the goal we're trying to get. Just a little edge highlight. A little spot highlight on, like, the flat, curved areas. Very good. All right. We're going to leave that to dry, because even though it's a dry brush, it's still paint. It still needs to dry. Ava, I haven't slept. Go sleep. Okay. I'm going to change out my water. By the time I'm back, it should be dry, and then we'll move on to the red step. I'm back. We're using Blood Angels Red. If you want a darker red, you're going to go for Flesh Terrors Red. But Blood Angels Red, I feel, is perfect for Thousand Suns. I'm going to use a big brush for now. Let me see here. Yeah, we're going to use a big brush for now. And the main thing I'm concerned about is not hitting anywhere we want to be gold. I want to keep the mask gold. I can paint this part. I can paint this part. Yeah, this brush is perfect. We're using this brush. Make sure your contrast paint or whatever transparent paint you're using is sufficiently mixed, because otherwise you're going to get different results. Good morning from the West Coast. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful 9:30 a.m. here in the Midwest. Blood Angels Red. Blood Angels Red. Bangles Red. Bangles Red. I'll take a bit of this. I'm just going to thin it on my palette because I don't want very much on my brush at all. And then we're going to go section by section. Watch this. I'm going to pick a foot, and it's just like applying a filter. It's just applying a filter. And the goal is to cover everything in this color in one even coat. You want to keep it a bit thin because we really want those metallics to shine through. The hardest part of this step, you obviously need to be a bit careful, but you also need to make sure that you don't touch it after you've applied it. You have a working time of maybe 15 seconds after you've put the paint on. Adding just a touch of water. Look at the difference. Look at the insane difference that makes. I'm just going section by section, part by part. I'm speeding up now because I just wanted to really demonstrate going section by section there. But truly, you can make this step quite fast. Especially if nothing here on the part that you're actually painting needs to be a different color. Or in this case, we've already finished the gold, and we don't want that gold to get covered. So we're trying to avoid that. But nothing on the legs we want to be gold. So it's fine. Just trying to get this color everywhere I want it. Now, the contrast paint in its nature, this is a contrast paint from Games Workshop. It is Blood Angels Red. It may look a little waxy by the time you're done painting. And that's okay. I'm going to keep the belt buckle here. The belt buckle there, I want to keep that gold. So I'm just going to touch around it. Get the belt. If you miss a spot, do not worry. You can always go back later and add a thin layer over that. The finish will look a slight waxy. That's okay. We can use a gloss varnish later to achieve a really glossy metallic look. I'm gonna mix it 1-to-1 with water. It's a little too much. I just want to show you what this looks like if you thin it more. You have to keep more of an eye on it, but because it's so transparent, it ends up being almost orange underneath. I dislike using contrast paint due to mistakes being basically impossible to fix. I disagree with that. They are possible to fix. It's just more tedious. But this is why I try not to dilute it, because I don't really like how pale that looks. Are the mistakes harder to fix than normal acrylics? Yes. But they are not impossible. Okay. Now this is the part where we want to start being a little careful, because there's some stuff on the top part I want to stay gold. Fella T-Boy or the Angel? This is 1,000 Suns. There's a little brush hair in there. That's not good. That's okay. If any does get on the gold, like it did there, that's alright. We can fix that. Forgive me for my imprecise brushstrokes, but it has been a minute since I have worked with contrast paints. I don't tend to use them in my workflow, other than very specific jobs. So mine might look a little messy. It's a bit on the gold. Again, no worries. We can solve that. I use a lot of contrast speed paints in my work, but I always kind of get self-conscious and worried that it's more of a cheat than me having a decent painting skill. It's a tool. The whole thing of like, I feel like I'm cheating. That's a attitude that a lot of painters put into your head. I'm gonna wait for this to dry, and then we'll start touching up with true brass. Actually, no. We're gonna move on to the white. Where is my dry palette? Here we are. I wonder if this layering method would work good with silver and green. Yes, it would. You want to give the contrast paint plenty of time to dry. If it's a bit spotty, that's fine. We're also going to use this opportunity to go around and add any like cool little markings we want. Oh, I missed a spot. Again, it looks a little waxy, and I'm not a fan of it, but that's okay. We can fix that. Any finish on a miniature, be it like a paint or something, can always be fixed with a varnish. It can always be fixed with a varnish. People don't use contrast paints are kind of missing out. I feel if you don't use contrast paints at all and you have a valid reason, like you just don't like the finish or you don't like how watery they are, sure, I'm not going to fight you on that. But I feel if the attitude is like, well, it's cheating, then I'm like, well, I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't get how it's cheating. Painting isn't a competition. For some people, it is. And if you're getting an advantage that I don't like, then it's cheating to me. will probably do 2 coats of this. Your next AOS army is circus-themed blades of corn. Okay. That sounds fun. I'm gonna switch to a small brush. Also, we're going to take this opportunity, take some very thin white paint, very, very thin. We can work with those. All right. So our base coat for the white is done. We can do the markings a bit later. I just wanted to do a few for practice. I like the one on the side of the leg there, but I want to do a couple more later. Anyway, let's do some metallics. Just trying to make sure all the parts I want to be silver are indeed silver. I don't really like washes, so I usually mix my darkest metallic with a black to give this really dull metal appearance, and then I highlight it with silver, or really whatever color I want. Did you recently cut your nails, or do you need to not chew them? Both. My nails are a lot better than they were, but I do trim them down. Like, I trimmed them down literally just yesterday. But I have anxiety, and I need to catch myself whenever I do that shit. I had, like, chewed up nails for the longest time. Yes, the color that we mixed just now was magnesium mixed with coal black. We do need to base that white once again, now that we know where everything is going to be. And then we'll go from there. Okay. Why don't you like washes, shades? Don't like the finishes. I think they look too shiny. Which for metallics is fine, but I also don't like waiting. I'd rather just get it done. But mostly it comes down to the finish. Let's touch up the gold. Just want to say, as I rarely catch your streams, I'm in Australia. I really enjoy your content. I'm so glad Carrie was able to get the help she needs. I love the energy you two have. Keep up the amazing work. You guys are awesome, and I love to watch more Caiaphas Kane, please. Well, you're in luck. I think, what is it, next week we have the book club scheduled? But thank you. That's very kind. Do my best to keep it in frame, chat. In fact, let's zoom out a bit. Just doing little touch-ups to the gold. Placing highlights where I want them. Whoops. Got a little bit on the helmet. That's alright. Whoops. Like it never happened. Next, we're going to highlight some of the silver with silver. Do you think a blank has accidentally passed by the Emperor before the Heresy and gone, hey, wait, this guy is Chinese? What do you mean by that? Speak Chinese. Now. Yes, sir. I acquired the first Caiaphas Kane book at Warhammer World Nottingham. I was doing a theater tour and pretty much didn't do anything but show and read for a day. Jurgen is my boy. The issue is, how funny is it that he is smelly? Gets tired after a couple of books, so you need to take a break. Yeah. For a long series like Kane and stuff, I want to do it 3 books and then take a break. And then 3 more books maybe at a future point and then take a break, you know? I get it. He's very smelly. I get it. I get it. The TikTok where the guy's wearing glasses and the other guy is Chinese. Oh, right. That one. It's been a minute. Alright, we're gonna start to do some highlights here. Now, this paint is incredibly liquidy, so I'm mostly using the side of my brush to catch the edges. Adding little scratches and dings and stuff wherever I want them. I will say, I don't really care for the leather strap on the bolter. Not a huge fan of it. Yes, man. Now we get to the real exciting stuff. This is the really exciting part, where we actually get the highlights on the legs. Like, look how that looks on the backpack. That looks awesome. Remember, chat, I am by no means an expert painter. I am here just to paint. I've never painted a Legionary in the Mark II scheme before. I've never painted a Thousand Sun before. So this is very exciting for me, but I am by no means an expert. I'm just painting it the way I would like to paint it. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, that looks awesome. God, I love Mark II. Mark II looks so fucking cool. I've chatted with some people about this before, but like, I frankly love the new designs way more than the classics of like Mark III, Mark II, yada yada yada. But especially the Mark II. I never saw the appeal, and then these bad boys dropped, and I was like, oh fuck, that looks awesome. We're also going to take this opportunity to do a couple scratches on some of the edges of the armor, just like little... really push that metallic look. This red will also fuck on AdMech robots. Oh, 100%. We need more paint. Now, I would not recommend doing these little metal scratches if you are painting a full legionary force, because, oh my god, the amount of time. Funny you mentioned Thousand Sons robots. I don't want to talk about it. That will haunt me till the end of my days. Is it crazy that this is what the new Evangelion show is going to sound like? What happened? Yoko Taro and his boys are going to be working on the new Eva show. I've decided the undersuit should be metallic. What little of it there is. Very cool. Yeah, this scheme is really fun. Because you just get to, at a certain point, just start adding like a bunch of scratches and dings and shit everywhere. Very fun. Very fun to just, like, weather the absolute shit out of the edges. Because, I mean, you know, I always talk about when we're painting Ultramarines and our Chaos guys, but, like, especially in the Heresy, like, the Mark II armor was notoriously hard to maintain. So I'm just imagining, like, it's always banged up. It's always, like, looking like shit. But it works! As long as it works, it's fine. thought you were going to say color theory. I mean, you are displaying color theory as we are doing this right now. It is what it is. Okay. So here's what we're going to do next. We're going to go back to our gold because I remember there's a little spot that I did not touch up with the gold. Wait, is this still usable? Live. Live! No. Dead on the pallet. Just a speck. My doctor's happy with me? Good. Your doctor should be happy with you. If your doctor's not happy with you, then something's wrong. Alright, we're gonna add a very, very thin black across the inner parts of the armor and the bolter. We're basically gonna do a recess shade of the white, and then we're gonna just like coat the inner armor in this. And then we'll pretty much be done, chat. We just gotta add the green into the eyes, and then we're done. We also are going to take this black and add it to any cables and stuff that are sticking out, such as right here. Right here. Okay. All right, let's add that recess shade to the white. Just very, very thin. Very, very thin. We can go back and touch this up, but, you know. It would be easier if you were doing a full legion of these guys to just leave the backpacks off. That's drying. Where's my green? We're gonna go with a bright green. We're going moot green. Very thin down moot green. Okay, we're gonna touch up the white, get that leather strap done, then we're done. Let's quickly do the strap. Where's my brown? It's over there. That's fine. You know what's nice about the other Legionaries? They don't have straps! Last step. Leather brown. And that's pretty much a 1,000 Sun Legionary done. Not perfect, but for a regular Legionary, and especially if it's my first try doing Mark IIs, I think it looks pretty decent. I would definitely put this on the table. I am not ashamed of this paint scheme whatsoever. I would be very proud to put this on the table with a full squad of like 10. You get some transfers on there, you're good. You're chilling. I liked adding the marks of like little runes or like magical symbols or something. I think that adds quite a bit, but honestly, you could do without that.
The metallic scratching of the silver, I think, adds a lot to the overall metal feel of the Mini. I would say if you wanted to do this scheme and make it super duper shiny, this is the part where you would add a gloss varnish over the entire thing. And it would look great. It would look so good. But that's our Thousand Suns Legionary. Now, I'm going to switch out the paint pot, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to check and see what won the poll. And we're going to see if this guy is going to become a Revenant or a Blood Angel. We'll see. So be right back. Final thoughts on the Thousand Suns scheme. I would genuinely recommend either starting from a gold primer and then covering it in Blood Angels Red and then going from there, or getting a gold primer, or more, get an airbrush. If you want that even red metallic over the entire thing and be able to control how strong it's going to be, you're going to want an airbrush. If I were to paint an entire legion of these guys, an entire army, I would definitely start to invest in an airbrush. Hello, my love. Good morning. Good morning. We just finished the Thousand Suns Legionary. We're about to move into the Blood Angel. I'm very excited. We're going to see if he's going to be in the Revenant scheme or the Blood Angel scheme. Pause the sad song. Okay, chat. In the Discord with a final 44 votes. Winning by just 2 votes. We are painting this legionary as a blood angel. A noble blood angel. Great. Let's get started. My 2 faves, red and red. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's get some Katamari up in here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alrighty. How are we gonna do this? I've never painted a blood angel before. we gonna do?
I have a feeling I know. We're gonna mix corn red and coal black. Do nearly the same again, but less metallic. No. I have a better plan. We're gonna overbrush. Okay. One, two, three. 3 drops seems good. 3 drops of corn red. Let's equate that in coal black. Where to go? 1, 2, 3. All right. We're gonna keep these to the side for now because I don't know how dark this is gonna end up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that gorgeous dark red. Yes. Yes, please. Let's get started. This is gonna be our shadow color. Look at that gorgeous red, dude. Gorgeous. You know, we're going to make the backpack black. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the backpack black. So now I'm just going to go around poking any places that might have gotten missed. Gorgeous black. Red black. It's almost purple how dark it is. Look at that. Gorgeous color. Gorgeous. This is the armor of a killer, Bella. This is the ass of a killer, Bella. There's a tiny little speck I see that I did not get. Just behind the neck.
What brush are we gonna use to stipple? We're gonna use this one? Yeah, I think so. Now we're going up to pure corn red. We're still in the shadow realm. Let's compare really quick. Look at these two. Both these Marines will look very different by the end of this. I'm also gonna make sure I have some blood for the Blood God ready. Still drying a bit. I'm preparing my dry brush by just getting a little bit. Look how little water there is on there. I'm going till it's damp. How do I know it's damp, Ava? You'll touch it to your skin and it'll just feel cold. It won't feel wet, it'll just feel cold. You want a little bit of moisture in there. We might need more corn red in just a minute. So. I have to do 2 passes of this because my corn red is very thin, like very thin. So
has a bit of a grimdark vibe. That's because we're still in the dark realm. If you wanted to stop here and get a really desaturated, really like dark-looking blood angel, this is where you would probably stop. Maybe add like one more highlight, but then that's it. One moment, I'm just getting the pigment out of my dry brush. Good enough. Pigment will always stain, so don't worry too much if it's, like, not perfect. Mephiston Red. One of my favorite colors. This is where we're gonna start really stippling. I'm gonna use this brush to do it. No. You know what? I'm gonna use this brush. Alright. I'm going to switch to a smaller brush now. Whoa. Okay. Wait for that to dry. Then we add some highlights with Evil Sun Scarlet. We're gonna use this as our edge highlight, similar to how we do it with the Ultramarines. And it's gonna look really cool. What's happening? Is Evil Sun Scarlet just like that transparent? Like it just is not. Oh no, hold on. It's like just not showing up. What the hell? Yeah, it's just so transparent. Well, we'll use this to add a couple, like, highlights on the shoulders. Bit on the head. Chest. It's doing something, but it's so transparent. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch to a small brush, add some highlights manually. Have a good night, Astrolonk. Where is my tiny brush? I found it.
づけてみた土としれの匂いかなくるくるもっとこの席わわわメキラファントピアくるくるもっとこの席たったたんでもなキャントピアだくるくるもっとこの席わわわメキラファントピアくるくるもっとこの席たったたんでもでファンタビナベイベくるくるもっとこの席 Yeah無邪気な素振りでしたたかなパニーアストロなポイあたかたなパピー避けないとこなんかも素敵ランデブーも近づくなななナイーブにビーパッ巻き込めばライカーデイティン羽の小さかなフレパ半端ない砂日々タタタタタタタうたた寝を最上のバカンス私無関心なふりして白亜紀から来た地帯人ハラハラ気にしてる雪吊りの人たちもジェラシーかくて世界は転がりゆくのはメキラメキラメキラメキレキレキレキレキラシェキ
Ava, what Warhammer stuff do you recommend watching after Astartes, Pariah Nexus, and the Tides? Check out Hammer and Bolter. The animation is more like an animated comic book, but the stories are pretty cool. I like them. Yeah I think you're going to get to an episode in Hammer and Bolter that's about a library. And I went into that episode going like, this is going to be boring as fuck. It ended up, Carrie was watching it with me, as were a couple of friends. And we were like, yeah, I don't really know about this one. It ended up being one of our favorites. If you haven't been to these streams before and you haven't heard this song come on, this vocalist is fucking insane. I've heard it 6,345 times. Thank you. Don't blame me. Blame YouTube's DMCA system. This is some of the only shit that doesn't get caught. It does remind me of that song, Carrie.
なお召し物それは悪い夢のつまりしたまで箱ほらはさすらいの名前も持たぬフライボー祭り林の山根どごろさ花探す意義はゆいよい帰りはでかい意義はゆいよい帰りは丸い意義はゆいよい帰りは怖いそのさにえるはいかなる不思議この場限りのキテレツ話死んだ万象保護されお祭りが味がこじらさ旅さでで花咲かせいや踊れ転がれけんだほらあれどなぐほらはさすらいのフライボーじゃ祭り林の山根どころさこの身一ついざそば探すはちょいちょい咲かせ目やこら任せチンソンからリオピータララちょいちょい咲かせ
塊魂ここにあり
I can't believe Vivi hates Katamari. Are you even human? How can a human being who is breathing the same air as I do and eating the same food as I do and having the same thoughts as I do, how could you be human and hate Katamari? Book of Grudges. These Abdul-Doggies hate Katamari. Kill them! Just imagining a bunch of dwarves just going like... Yes! Okay. We're looking good. Let's move on to blacking out some areas. We're gonna black out all the metallics and all the armor joints and cables and stuff. And the trim. Actually, before we do that, we should put some diluted white paint into the eye lenses. Lens? Singular? Lens? I don't know. The part where he sees out of the helmet. The visor. My visor's cracked. It's gonna look a little pink because of the paint we've been using, but that's okay. The lookers, yeah, yeah. Okay. Coal black. Oh heck, we're on to the bangle. I told y'all. The Thousand Sun scheme is quick. I even like went and like added unnecessary details, honestly. Like, you could have gotten that done way faster than I did. I just went the extra mile for like the chips and scratches and stuff.
Et soudain, tu apparais, tu animes toutes mes pensées. Tout près de moi, je ne vois la vie qu'avec toi. On se promène main dans la main et on fredonne de jolies mélodies. La vie ensemble est un cadeau, c'est tellement beau la vie. C'est tellement beau la vie. La vie. Viens jouer avec moi maintenant. Viens jouer avec moi tout le temps. Tout le temps. Viens rire avec moi maintenant. Viens rire. Partons ensemble faire un voyage. Partons ensemble très loin d'ici. Juste toi et moi, ça suffit.
So I understand the visual cue of literally changing sides, but other than that, do you feel there are reasons why they went from red to blue, just more Zinchi? Zinchi's sacred color is blue, and I think that's the main reason. I think because like they didn't go blue till like much later. Like when they turned traitor, they were still red and gold and stuff. Like when they attacked Terra, the Thousand Suns still looked like this. They became blue over time, I think, because of that corruption. Also, by then, the World Eaters and Word Bearers were red. Yeah, Word Bearers were red for a while. They were red even when that thing with Monarchia happened.
Jouer avec moi maintenant. Viens jouer avec moi tout le temps. Tu es mon ami pour toute la vie. Gata marida masi. Viens
At least if I remember right, that they were.
rire avec moi tout le temps. Tu es dans mon cœur, un ami pour la vie. Gata marida masi. Quand tu es loin de moi, l'univers me semble si froid. Mais soudain,
As far as I know, there's still at least one warband rocking red and gold. Yep.
on se balade dans les sentiers. Les petits oiseaux chantent de jolies mélodies. Main dans la main, nous sommes heureux. C'est tellement beau la vie. C'est tellement beau la vie. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la.
I'm still very excited to learn about Sanguinius. Yep. We gotta record High Elves, and then we'll record Sanguinius. Unless you have a preference, Carrie. Because, like... Understand the schedule is flexible, but honestly, like, you have the entire... You have a lot of power to just go, like... I kind of don't feel like High Elves today. Can we learn about Sanguinius? And I'll be like, yeah. Also excited to learn about elves magic at long last. Yeah. I do. Good. Let's use this one. Also, if you're watching this and you're like, are the Blood Angels backpacks in the Heresy supposed to be black? It's not consistent, so don't worry. And looking up reference image for both Thousand Sons and Blood Angels for today, I was shocked at how little consistency there was across arts and like official paint schemes. Carrie, you don't have any Catholic guilt, do you? Or like just religion trauma in general? Oh my god, dude, the camera is pissing me off, man. Question came out of nowhere. We're painting a Blood Angel. That didn't come out of nowhere. Blood Angels are about the Catholic guilt. my god, dude. It's trying so desperately to focus on these numbers. That's what it's trying to do. Hold up. I know exactly what it's trying to do. It's trying so desperately to be like, oh, look at these numbers over here. Fuck off. Oh my god. This camera gives me conniptions. Watch this. It's gonna focus perfectly now. Focus. Watch this. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's just the fucking numbers. Ah! I hate that. Nah, my family's very agnostic, very open to learning about religion, and we celebrated Christmas and Easter, but we never went to church or anything. Alright. The Blood Angels have, like, hella, like, they've got that vibe, you know? Jenny was baptized, I wasn't. Well, we'll go to hell together. Me for being queer, and you for being a woman. Let's do a comparison really quick between these two. Look at that. You see how different they are? All right, let's do the metallics. I think for Catholics, non-baptized people go to purgatory. Well, we'll go there, meet Virgil, and he'll be like, who the fuck are you? I'll be like, hi. Read a lot about you and that whole Dante thing. He'll be like, who? I'll be like, oh yeah, that was like fan fiction. Never mind. Sorry, Mr. Virgil. I can't believe it was just the numbers it was trying to focus on. That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, the camera is so much better. I'm actually kind of pissed off how much better it is now that the numbers are just covered up. I hate iPhones. Why is it not playing the next thing? Gods, I really need this stream today. There's been a meningitis C outbreak at the local college and it's activating agoraphobia, and it's nice to have distraction. Thanks. Oh my goodness, I hope you're okay.
Play the funny music. Yes.
Just pure magnesium. We're going to use this to highlight all of the metals. Oh, I had almost forgotten. Why is it not playing the next thing in the playlist? That doesn't make any sense. There we go. All right. Let that dry. Then we're going to use pure magnesium to shine up all those joints and stuff. And it's going to look fucking awesome at the end of it. One moment. All right. Pure magnesium. And for the color wheel question, besides orange, is there a color that doesn't look good with red? Pink? But that depends. It depends on a lot of things. Like orange can look good with red, and orange can or red can look good with pink. But it all depends on how you do it, I guess. Okay. It's time to highlight the black. And then we do the eyes, and we're pretty much done, chat. Let me change out my water. I'll be right back. Carrie, my love, my darling, my everything. Have you eaten something today? Actually, no. We should do the green stuff first. I want a darker green. Where is my darker green? I can't find the green I was looking for, so we're gonna thin down Angel Green from Army Painter. Oh, I forgot about the head trim. We gotta fix that up. Well, let's do this first. Carrie. I don't know if it picked up on the mic. Did you get something to eat? Had breakfast, bar, and meds. Good. I can't be there to just throw them at you. Sorry, I had to step away for a second. We're back, baby. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the stream. Angel is almost done, chat. Look at that. We're gonna wait for this to dry. Give me a minute. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. We're just waiting for some texture paste to dry. And we're going to dry brush a little bit of this on it. And we're going to call that done. Texture takes so long to dry. Not if I do this. Just use a hair dryer. Just covering some of the spots I missed in a brown. Still a bit tacky, but that's okay. I'm impatient. Whoops. That definitely needed more time to dry. That's alright. Give it a bit longer. Wash this with. We're gonna do Reichland. Let's give it a bit of a red tint.
Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Only one option, light it up. Heart is pounding out my chest, the blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around me, closing in, I think what's it gonna be? Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option, light it up. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns.
back to the hair dryer. Final step. Excuse me. Chat. Once this dries, that's the mini done. Just zoom in. Overall, I think both color schemes were really fun to do. If I were to do the Blood Angel again, I think I might approach it a little differently. I might approach both of these a little differently if I were to do them again. But for a one-off mini, I had a lot of fun. I'm kind of glad we ended up with the Blood Angel and not the Revenant. Just because you can see just how different the reds are. Like, you can see how vastly different these schemes are. They're both red, but how that red is presented is very different. If I were to do a full army of either the Thousand Sons or the Blood Angels, I would definitely not do as much detail as I did with these basic-ass troops. I definitely would not spend as much time edge highlighting the shoulder pads or the backpacks or anything like that. I wouldn't be doing that. I would definitely just base them in black, get the red done, base the metallics, base the bolters, and honestly, that's it. I wouldn't really even go further than that. I could even, like, just very quickly put some shading. Yeah, let's do that. Where's my... Actually, no. I have this here. This will be our final step. Alright, let's do the money shot for the video. This is the one for Magnus. I have learned I need some green contrast paints. Because the way I do eye lenses, I can't use like the normal acrylics. I like the glowiness of the contrast paints. Here's the Blood Angel. Just do a little rotate, rotate, rotate. Well, technical paints? So again, like the highest highlight I did for the Blood Angel was magnesium, which is a lot darker, as you could see, than the silver. And it gives a totally different vibe. This looks like more working metal. This looks like actual metal that is like being scratched. So even though the Blood Angel's red ended up dulling down the metallic effect, it's still, through the application of the silver, we still ended up with a very metal looking mini. Like, look, compare this shoulder pad here to like the leg. This almost doesn't look metallic. It's shiny, sure. It's shiny, but this looks like it's metal. And that, I think, is going to be the most challenging part of the Thousand Sons scheme, if you want to go for that, is making it look metallic. Obviously, the thing I did today was one of many ways to do it. You can do your own method if you want. You don't even have to go metallic if you want. You don't even have to go metallic. You can just go a bright red if you really want to. Nothing wrong with that. The other challenge is definitely the white backpacks and the bolters. I would probably leave the bolter and, well, I don't know. I don't know if I would leave the bolter separate in the assembly process, but I would definitely leave the backpack. The backpack, I would definitely leave out of the priming step and just prime it. Just prime it white. It'll make your life easier. Overall, yeah, I had fun painting the Thousand Sun. I had a lot of fun doing the little like symbols across the armor, like magical runes. Pretty cool. I liked doing the little scratches with the metallics, as you can plainly tell. Like I kind of went obsessed with it. I had a very fun time doing the little scratches because it makes it feel more like this Marine is in a battlefield. You know, why would the armor be clean? I keep saying it like every stream. As for the Blood Angel, much cleaner as a color scheme. Way more aggressive on the lighting. As you can see here, like even some dirt and stuff got on the knee pad, but that's okay. As you can see here, like the shadows are way more intense. And I wanted that to really be the case with this scheme. I wanted the shadows to be way more aggressive so that, I don't know, it just gives a different mood, you know? You could push this even further if you wanted. But I think adding those scratches of Evil Sun Scarlet over the Mephiston Red and just having little variations here and there makes her a really cool, really interesting scheme. And a lot of people might look at this and go, well, you could just do that with an airbrush. Well, you could do it with a normal brush too. If I were to go in to adjust this, I'd probably paint this knee pad black. Just to fix that little issue there. I'm a big fan of the... I don't know. I think my prediction was right. My prediction at the start of the stream was I am going to have such a joy painting these Mark II Marines. And I was right. I had a blast. I think they're just complicated enough to keep you interested, but I think they are just simple enough that I could easily see myself assembling 10 of these and just going down the line. The hardest part was probably the shoulder pads, but as you could see from what I was doing, I think they intentionally made this in such a way that you could take a brush and just using the side of it, go down the sides, and you'll catch both the top and the bottom of the trim as you go down. You saw that happen a few times as I was doing it. Blood Angels, very fun color scheme. I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously, with some transfers, he would look even more complete. But let's do the 3 feet away rule. You're gonna see like most of the desk now. Focus, please. It's a box of 20, right? Nope, I bought these off eBay. Because it was way cheaper to get 10 off eBay than it was to buy the regular box of 20. Because holy fuck, they are expensive. It's something like nearly $100 for 20 minis. Like, fuck off. 1 minute, I'm just getting some of the stuff off the bottom. If you wanted, you could take this Thousand Sun, give it a gloss varnish, make it even shinier. That would look sick. That would look awesome. Oh, we can't play this. Don't DMCA me, YouTube. Don't do that. This one, I don't know why that was in the playlist. 3 feet away rule. Yeah, they look awesome. I would happily put these on the table. Even, like, a couple steps before. Like, even without the edge highlights on the Blood Angel, I would happily put that on the table. I'd happily put this on the table. Yeah. Very fun. Very, very fun. What would the next one be? I guess, like, I'd have to think about it. But in terms of, like, painting for videos, for the background of stuff, this was really fun. Very successful. I would do it again. Although, the next thing we have to do is elves. So, I may have to acquire an elf or two. It will depend. The next Marine we have to paint for video would be a Dark Angel, which will be a custom character for the Chaos Army. This is going to be cool. This is going to be really cool to put together. I'm very excited for that one. Yeah, I'm just, like, blown away at how different, like, both red, but so different, you know? But, thank you all very much for coming on by. I take that he counts as a Fallen, yes. But luckily, the Dark Angels and the Fallen have the exact same scheme. LOL, Lamau. Alright, chat. I want to thank you all for coming on by. I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun watching. I'm gonna probably go eat something, and then I gotta go to the grocery store, because I need some food and stuff. But thank you all very much for coming on by. I appreciate you. It is Wednesday, and you know what that means? It's Magic Wednesday. It's Witchy Wednesday. We're going to be doing some Infinity Nikki later, most likely. It's going to be a fun time. I'm excited. 30k or 40k Dark Angels, their schemes are pretty different. Not the Fallen. The Fallen have the exact same scheme as the 30k Blood Angels. Sorry, Dark Angels. God fucking damn. God! GW? You can't fucking get out of any naming scheme. I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so pissed. Perhaps a whimsical Wednesday. Perhaps. But before that, I do gotta go get some food and stuff. I am quite hungry. Let me think. Is there anything else I can say before we leave? Oh, look forward to Magnus. I gotta get that done later today. Not the full video done. I gotta get a sponsorship thing, and then we gotta get that all approved and everything by the end of the week. It'll be fun. Magic Monday, Whimsical Wednesday, fucking Friday. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for coming on by, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the painting. Hope you liked the painting. And maybe this will inspire you to paint your own Blood Angels or what have you. Or maybe even the Thousand Suns. Anyway, thanks for coming by. Appreciate your time. If you want to support us, we've got a Patreon and stuff. Oh, yeah, I need to make a widget for my throne. Because I know some people don't feel comfortable giving money, but they do feel comfortable giving gifts, and Throne lets you do that. Anyway, we'll get that figured out at some point in the future. Anyway, thanks for coming by, everybody. See you next time. Maybe tomorrow we'll paint a Dark Angel. Maybe tomorrow we'll paint something else. Maybe we won't even be back tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. I feel like I gotta rest my voice. I feel quite hoarse.
But anyway, see you, everybody. Bye-bye.